Hello. Hey Bane, welcome. Thanks for the host, Nin. Very appreciated. The plan for today isn't anything in particular. I'm mostly just working on a bunch of periphery stuff, finishing some unfinished stuff, catching up on things I've promised people, but not any one thing in particular. So I'm packaging up the Droid Frigate right now to upload to the Empire at War community Discord, and then I'm gonna go into Photoshop and tweak some textures for Geronimo for his mod, and then I'm not sure. Basically, we're just doing bureaucracy and busy work today. But we'll see. We'll see where the winds take us. You have to finish up things of your own. Yep. You wonder if there's a fantasy artist Discord community? I'm sure there is. I am absolutely sure there is. Alright, now I'm going to lighten up some textures for Geronimo's mod. He runs really, really dark lighting in his mod, so he makes all of his ship textures really bright. What doesn't exist? What do you mean doesn't exist? Hold on. You guess you could work on more LOTOR? Well, always a good thing to work on. Okay, I think we're better off just doing this in Photoshop. This hut ship is not from Geronimo. I mean, it is kind of, sort of, but it isn't. So this is a model set. Ignore the windows, they're just like placeholder things. But Warbnall, who was a very prolific ship modeler for the Empire at War community like 10 years ago, made a whole series of hut ships, and they've been a sticking point for Geronimo's mod because no one wanted to texture them for no particular reason. They're fine models, but he really needed them, and no one wanted to texture them, so I said I would. But yeah, they're Warbnall models, which I think Warbnall freely released through the community a long, like 6 years ago, kind of a thing. But no one in the community has bothered to actually use them, even though they're pretty nice. Yeah, I did all the textures for them. Yeah, so there's this one, and then there's like a whole series. I've only done 2 of them so far. So this is like a really small little frigate, and then there's this bigger one, which is also a frigate, but it's still a small ship. Hold on, let me delete my thing here. I realized I fucked up on my free release model. I need to make a quick change to it. And so then there's this one, which is also a warp null model. Which I also am texturing, or did the texture on. Again, the lights are just placeholders and not actually real lights. No Meta Firefox textures. I mean, credit to the guy. He gets a lot of ships in-game, but I've never been a fan of the texture work in his projects. There's a way to unlock this, I just forget. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to lighten up the diffuse texture a bit. Should be a pretty simple operation. In fact, I think we can probably just increase, just do a base increase of brightness. Should be fine. Which didn't do shit. Oh, it did. It's just very not noticeable. Maybe 25%? I'm not really sure how bright to make it. Doing like 20 things at once. Let me do this real quick. If I can put this back on the Discord. I forgot to fix my smoothing groups on it, which not a huge deal. Just like this needs to be all one smoothing group instead of two, so there isn't a break. And then I'm going to go touch the hut chip textures again. Aw, you fucking kidding me. Okay. So, because 3DS is the way it is, I have to break all the smoothing groups in order to fix the smoothing groups. Not a huge deal, just annoying. Alright, so you're going to be smoothing group 1. You're going to be smoothing group 1. You're also going to be smoothing group 1. You and you, specifically you, and you, will be smoothing group 2. You're going to get an automatic smoothing group. And then this thing. You know, all of them. Could we use yours in LOTOR? That is a tricky question. So when I did these hut ship textures, they were or are specifically for, well, I made them specifically for Geronimo as like a nice thing to do for him, for his mod, with not the intention to free release them, at least not right away, maybe down the line in the future. So I have to talk to Jerome about it and see if he's interested in letting you guys use them, since I did make them with the explicit intent that they're basically just for a remake. But I'm fine with you using them. I just want to run it by him first. He might want to keep them for a remake for a little while, just so it's something special for his mod, since that was the intent. And then at some point in the future, release them. If that makes sense. I'm having a mental collapse. Why is it... Oh. Jesus Christ. There we go. You know, actually, we could probably not have that be smooth. That's fine. Since those are unfortunately connected. Gosh, I undid the smoothing groups there. You finally messed up your sleep schedule enough to catch your streams? Nice. Big score. I forgot my my smoothing groups on well, I forgot to fix them on the model I was gonna free release, so that's what we're doing right now. And then we're going to re-upload it. All right. Okay, now we're good. Now we're good. And then I'm going to go back to doing the hut textures for remake. That's the plan. Okay, now get rid of that. Now I'll pack that up. There we go. All right, what did Geronimo tell me? Yes, exactly, okay. 25% is what we'll try for now. Okay, so we're gonna save as diffuse 25% or plus 25%. Okay, we're gonna see if that one works. Okay. So now, I think... those are the two things I really needed to do, I think. I really need a to-do list. Oh, and there was something else I needed to look at. Okay, yeah, so for some reason there's lights baked into the texture here. Let me fix that, because these shouldn't be baked into anything. Not on this one, excuse me. On this one. Well, I was going to put my hair up, but then my hair tie broke and slapped me in the hand. Did I just... No, why is... a small ship? Open it. Okay. That's odd. Why did it bake those? It shouldn't have. Weird. Alright. Alright, we're gonna adjust some of the occlusion as well. It's a little dark in Empire War, or the Alamo engine. So we're gonna lighten things up just a bit. Alright. Rebaking this will adjust our AO dirt. That's fine. Although I could just adjust that down to begin with. Let's do 0.5. Let's see where that gets us. And then let's go into our, oops. Actually, just show me ambient occlusion. 100% again. We're looking for like this stuff here. Helps a bit. Let's also reduce this down to 100. Not what we want. I think we're going to want to go down to 25. Secondary rays is fine. Alright, getting there, getting there. Go down to 10. Alright, that's a bit better. Oops. Alright, we'll do that and see where we are. That's not how you spell things, but oh, fuck me. We'll just change it in a second. Where's my other backspace? Where's my exported textures at? There we go. And then we're gonna go take this from here, rid of that, adjustment, brightness and contrast, we'll go plus 25%. Nice. Might need to make some more adjustments, perhaps to that's interesting. Okay. This one will probably get split into two textures. It's big and fat and bulbous. It's going to need a lot of texture space. So I imagine we will put the engines, sails, antennas, doesn't really have a lot of greebles. Could put those on a separate texture. Because this thing's like 2.5 times the surface area of the ship before it. And so we're going to need to have it look good next to each other so that they don't look out of place. It's going to need roughly double the texture space. So I might just cut it at some point and do like the forward half on one texture and the rear half on another. Maybe cut it along here. And then do this plus like the engines as a separate texture from the front half. Looking for roughly 50%. We'll put the solar sails on this one as well. Doesn't have to be super precise, but we'll adjust the Texal density later when we go to UV stuff. Need a few more objects, so we'll grab whatever this is on the bottom here. It's another hut ship that I'm gonna texture for the remake mod at some point. I'm just sort of playing around with it at the moment, collecting my thoughts on it before I actually tackle it at some point in the future. Alright, so that's going to be roughly 50%. Again, doesn't have to be super duper terribly ultra precise, but we'll start with that. What we can do is we can detach this to a separate object and then attach that. And what we're going to do is we're just going to have a quick little peek at our Texal density, see if we're close. we were to UV map this, just a little quick and dirty thing just to check. Texal density of 211. Got it. So then this, if we were to do the same, we want these to be more or less equal texal density. They can be slightly off, but they need to be as close as possible. $267. So what would was it 211, something like that? I'll write it down later. All right, so this can feature more by about 1/5. Of course, as we take away from this, its texal density will increase, and this texal density will decrease. So, we'll grab one more object from this and add it to that. We could do this stuff on top, rather not. We'll do the big cannons. Ideally, we want stuff that doesn't smoothly attach into the hull, that has a good transition point. And even if we don't get it like super precisely balanced, we can just tell it to make the texal density the same. Alright, so we will detach that stuff, and then we're going to attach that to that. Alright, and then back to our UV, adding in that stuff. All right, and that's going to give us a texal density of 252. Seems like a pretty big jump. Whereas this is now down to 219. A little bit more balanced. What we're going to do is we're going to add the antennas. That should boost us up a little bit. unpacked itself more efficiently this time. Unless the X-form needs to be reset again, which should be pain. But those are more or less fairly close to evenly split now, which is more or less what we want, and then we'll just set the texel density manually on each one to match. But let's check the UV on this one more time after I reset the X-form. .252, yeah, it adjusted it down a little bit. Okay, so we'd split the difference and say try to get a texel density of let's see, 256. All right. So 217 is what we're after for this one then. So we'd set the texel density of the other one down to 217. Something about like that. Texel, like pixel but with a T. What it is how much pixel density there is in your UV. So for example, yeah. Like if you had a 1024 texture map and you had two cubes, let's say you have two cubes and one we'll say is twice the size of the other one, and if you both map them to a 1024 size texture, the smaller one is going to have basically double the texel density. It's going to be double the resolution of the larger one because you are dividing that 1024 texture space into less surface area on the smaller cube than you would on the larger cube. And so texel density is important if you want to make your objects have the same resolution relative to each other. So if traditionally, how most mods and modders and things have done their textures in the past, or just in general, is they try to give each individual ship or tank or whatever the highest resolution possible for its individual model. So they'll put, like if these were two different ships, they'd put a 1024 texture on this, and then they would independently, without relation to the other model, they would probably put a 1024 texture on this, or whatever was appropriate for the size. But the big ship would look blurry in comparison to the small ship when they're next to each other, assuming they have the same texture size. But if you set the texel density to be the same on each, then the big ship won't look blurry in comparison to the small ship. But it comes with its own set of problems. So for instance, if your big ship's using a 1024 map, if you want your big ship and your small ship not to look blurry relative to each other, then the small ship's going to not be able to use all of the texture space available to it. So it'll be a lower resolution than it could otherwise have if it was modeled or textured separately, without any relation to anything around it. So it's a double-edged sword. The problem is really, really noticeable in, say, Bethesda games like Skyrim and Fallout. I don't know if you've played those, but in those worlds, you'll be walking around, and there might be, let's say, a paint bucket. And this paint bucket's got a nice little texture on it. You pick up the paint bucket and you put it next to a rock, and the rock might look really, really blurry in comparison to the texture on the paint bucket. And that's because the texel density on the two is not the same, because they used either different size textures or different size texture maps for the two, or they didn't consider texel density at all. And so it's an immersion thing. It's an artful thing. A lot of people don't notice it, but as an artist, I do, and it stands out, and it can break your immersion a lot in games. But it's not really something a lot of people think about. It's like next level for quality control. And it's not necessarily needed in some projects. And some projects, even though you might want to employ texel density, it's just not practical because of the amount of objects you have, or the way things are in the world. Like, for instance, in a first-person shooter, you might have a really high texel density texture map for, say, a gun, because the gun, you're going to pick it up, it's going to be real close up on your screen. Maybe you can examine it and attach mods to it. People like to look at guns real up close and examine them in the games, so you have a really high density texture on it. Whereas a lot of the random objects in the world that are just there for clutter and to fill up the levels with random stuff, most of the players aren't going to be going over and examining those in high detail or up close, and so you'll have a much lower resolution texture on those relative to the guns. So while next to each other, if you put a gun next to one of those objects, the random objects will look really, really blurry and out of place, or the gun will look too sharp and out of place. In most cases, that's not going to be happening, or most players aren't going to notice it. And you either have to sacrifice, if you wanted everything to be the same, you'd either have to sacrifice the quality of the texture on the gun, or you'd have to make everything in the world really high resolution to match it. And that's going to cost you a lot of hard drive space in terms of texture storage, because textures take up a lot of hard drive. And it's going to tax the memory when it has to pull those textures out of storage as the player encounters them in the game, and so on. So there's a lot that goes into it, so it really depends on your application. Another example might be, so in a game like Empire at War or whatever, a space RTS game where you've got big capital ships and you've got little fighter craft, your texel density on those is going to be way out of skew. So if I had a fighter craft, a little tiny fighter, if it was scaled properly, the thing's going to be like if it was an X-Wing or a TIE fighter or something, it's going to be really, really tiny in comparison to a capital ship that it's flying around. Maybe it's a little bit bigger. Maybe it's like that. I don't really know how big this ship is, but it looks kind of large. So maybe your fighter craft is this size in relation. And if it had the same texel density, even if your texture was really sharp and crisp on your big ship here, if you had such a small fighter craft with the same size texture, it's basically just going to be a little blurry blob. Just because it's so small, it doesn't have enough pixels to work with to get any detail out of if you were to look at it up close. So oftentimes, little small fighter crafts are going to have a much higher texel density than larger ships, or at least in relation to them. Even though realistically, if they had the same texel density, they would be really blurry. And so that's a case where you another case where you'd purposely want your texel space to be different from ship to ship. But when it comes to the larger capital ships that are going to be seen flying next to each other in a lot of cases, and especially in Empire at War, ships are really close to each other. If it was something like Homeworld, where the ships are farther apart from each other, you could get away with more or less from ship to ship because you're not going to be seeing them in relation to each other so much. But Empire at War, everything's so close together that stuff will really stand out if you don't concern yourself with the Texal density. So, random thoughts. And so that's what we're kind of playing with now. And so the idea here is that the ship before it that I textured is, it's maybe half the size. So it's kind of like this size, I think, roughly, in relation. And it's using a 2K texture, a single 2K texture on it, and it's been cut in half and had symmetry applied to it. So that 2K texture is doing double work, where only half the ship is textured, but that texture's flipped and applied to the other side as well. So really half the ship is a 2K texture. And so in order to get that same resolution, so that this ship, this bigger one, doesn't look blurry, I have to figure out how many 2K textures, or what the Texal density relationship is, and how many 2K textures I'm going to need in order for it to look not out of place. And so this other ship is about 2.5 times the surface area, roughly, give or take, than the one before it. And it's okay if it's not like super precise. I'd say you can drift by about 20% without it being overly noticeable. But if you start going beyond that, then it gets easier and easier to notice that the texture on one ship is blurry in relation to the other. So yeah, what I'm doing right now is trying to figure out if I can split this into two 2K textures, and if that will be enough resolution on this so that it looks good in relation to the things that came before it that are smaller. And then of course we'll have to do the same for bigger and bigger ships. And it can get kind of awkward as these ships are mostly built and scaled independently of each other, and so they're kind of like all kinds of size. They don't scale up evenly. If you really had the big brain lemons going, if you were designing stuff and you had textures in mind while you were designing and modeling your ships, you would make them so that they jumped up in either 1024 or 2K jumps in terms of surface area, so you wouldn't have to do too much fiddling around with them in texture size. Okay, so Geronimo is happy with our texture adjustments that we made here. So we're going to make the same adjustments to to the larger hut ship and send those over. But I'm going to save this as another spell. And nothing's responding at the moment. Okay, so the same thing on this. I guess I should let it finish loading before I do anything. All right. Bake mesh maps. We want just ambient occlusion. And our max occluder distance was 0.1. I believe. And that's gonna lighten up these dark areas. Come on. I need a new computer so bad. This one has served me well, but it's starting to show its age. Alright, so we're going to export these and send them over to draw. In a second here. Okay. Plus 25%. And I'm going to send those over. Yep. Yeah, my poor computer is getting there. What am I running? It's so old I forget. Oh yes, I'm running an i7 4790K. Definitely getting up there in age. Let me see. i7 4790K. Tell me, when were you? It was a good processor, for sure. But, it was released June 2014. Yeah, yep, 2014. It's done well. It's served me well for the last 8 years. I'm sure in no part being compensated for by my fancy graphics card, which I stuck in there with the intent of upgrading the computer shortly after, but then I quit my shitty corporate soul-sucking job and decided I didn't want to spend $1,500 upgrading the computer. And now I'm poor. And I can't if I wanted to. So maybe someday when I have disposable income, hopefully it lasts until then. But she's still doing all right. It's just doing things like Substance Painter and 3ds Max. Definitely, I can see the roughness around the edges. It tends to be pretty slow when starting the programs and loading things and stuff. Definitely has some issues, but she's doing all right. I can still play most games, too. It was just maybe a year or two ago when I no longer could play things at ultra maximum graphics, new games. But I haven't really been buying a lot of games anyway. Not until I get disposable income back. But anyway, so we got this. We're going to save this as a lightened version as well. So we're going to go this, but we're going to do, oh wait, no. You are here, but you're going to be lightened _AL. All right, and then I have to remind, I need a note somewhere. Remake texture settings so I don't forget. Maxo occluder distance 0.1. Photoshop diffuse, increase brightness by 25%. All right. Okay, so I have no more ships to texture today, so we're going to shut that down, because got to save that memory. Hey, Dragon. How are you today? Oh, I can't spell. Let's try that word again. Triangulation. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's see. Tired again? Yeah. Haven't had dinner yet? But you're not hungry? Well, if you're not hungry... Okay, what was I gonna work on next? So I got the two things I needed to get done. So now, I think... I'll work on this thing for a little while. Oops, 1 minute while I didn't mean to click on that, but I did. Nin is here, you know it. You must be psychic. Let me respond to some comments here before I forget. Ah, this is what I was looking for. There we go. All right. Alright, back to this. So I need some detail up on here. We're gonna make a copy of that before I start doing things to it. Uh-huh. do on the as well. Welcome back. And yes, of course you were missed. That's right. Let's see, what else do we need? It's gonna get some texture detailing that's already out. Maybe some hull panels. Why? You shouldn't know. Why? Curious. Alright, I think what we're gonna have to do then is that might be that. Might be that. Let's see it now. No, it's still doing it. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing it? Why does it think these two are adjacent or have a shared face? It shouldn't think that. Oh, I bet it's because of this. Okay, what we need to do then is... It all makes sense. It all makes sense. It's my own fault. Actually, I'll just do this an easier way. And just weld that. Right? Yep. Okay. That should fix our problem, in theory. Indeed. ideally, I think I need to just... Yeah, okay. And to attach these... Not attach, but I need to just like build this section up out of here. Thereabouts. It's fine. Excuse me. Pardon me. A tragedy has happened. I'm out of tea. Excuse me. Yes. One must always have tea. Oh, God. I don't know why my throat's really quite dry at the moment. All right. I desperately need some liquids for my throat. It's having an issue. So I'm going to be right back. Tea break. Tea time. I will return in a few minutes. Okay, I am returned. Tea's made. Bathroom break has been had. Heater's been turned on. Hat acquired. Sweater applied. What happened to my song? Oh. Thanks, YouTube. Okay. You would bring some? Well, thank you for the thought. Gotta warm up my fingers here. My journey downstairs included doing some dishes while I waited for the kettle, and the cold water has made my fingers unresponsive, in desperate need of warmth, but my teacup, my tea mug, is too warm to wrap my hands around. I'm in a predicament. Okay. One less. Oh. Damn it. It's okay. It's all fine. There we go. I did not do my poor throat any favors by consuming a nut snack while I was down there. Pardon me again. Why can't I select this? Don't mind me, I'm just 3ds Max. I'm just the industry standard. Yeah, look away for 1 minute. There's 112 new messages. Hold on while I respond to some messages. Okay, back to this. I think that's all we need for this segment for the time being. We're gonna put some more panels on it in a bit, but for now, that's good.
Huh.
With as cold as I get, I guess you shouldn't mention that you're having chicken soup. Well, chicken soup is delicious. I could put rice in it. In fact, I haven't had chicken soup for a while. Maybe I should make some. Not today. I don't have all my chicken. Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe my chicken isn't. Oh, maybe. It's because we have all the windows open all the time and the heater not running, right? So it gets cold because we don't heat the house. That, and I'm sitting here at my computer desk just for hours of computer time. Bad for metabolism and heat generation. Oops. See, that's another annoying 3ds Max thing, is that when you go to backspace numbers, it doesn't always default to just putting a 0 in there. Sometimes it just doesn't let you do anything. I wonder, how would that look if it was slanted? Well, maybe. You're making your Christmas list, your birthday list is done. I remember making Christmas lists back in the day.
Same here. Your mom can get a job and buy them yourself. Oh no. How big is this ship? That's a question. For which I'm not entirely sure what the answer is. It's big. It's big enough that it's got a little tiny hangar on it in the side here. But how big is the ship? How big is this hangar? Is this like a couple of fighter craft in a shuttle-sized hangar? Or is it like squadrons of fighters hangar? It's a cruiser, so it's probably not that big. Christmas is for stupid faces anyway. Uh-oh. Somebody's not in the Christmas spirit. Speaking of which, I must, I must ask a question of, Alright, so I think this will be a small auxiliary hangar, like shuttles and stuff. It could hold maybe a squadron. So if a shuttle could go in there, then that means I think we're gonna make this deeper by about like that. And then I think that means we're gonna do maybe like that. And then we're just gonna delete all these ones on the ground, on the bottom, because we don't need those. Cap that. And then I want these back. That's grabbed a lot of weird random things. Okay, that seems alright. Then we're going to chamfer those. Why is this way? Oh, I'm an idiot, that's why. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Okay. And then we're going to extrude by not like that. By something a little bit more like that. These you fucking piece of shit, 3DS. Industry standard, they say. So many gifted subs. Look at you go. Christmas is the best. I like the winter months. I like Christmas. It's my favorite holiday. Well, Christmas and Halloween. Where should you go for your birthday? Well, you could risk it and like, I'm assuming this is like go for dinner. Unless you're gonna do like a day out kind of a thing. Day out, okay. Well, you could do something exciting and go to someplace you've never been. Go exploring. All right, nice little hangar details. And we're gonna put all kinds of like emissive glows in here. There's gonna be an emissive around the force field, and then these are gonna have lights on. So it's gonna look all nice, all nice. For anyone poking their head in there. Certain areas like that we can get away with having a fair amount of detail. Alright, my tea is cooled down. I may now consume. You went to IHOP last time. Oh, you're gone. I could put a little auxiliary hangar in the back. That's always fun. But I think I'll hold off on that for the time being. I need to copy these details down there because I was a plebeian and forgot that I needed to do it on the bottom as well. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy basically this whole element here. Minus U, I guess, plus U. Actually, no. You can just connect. So minus U. Okay. And then, oh jeez, undo. Clone object. Flip you on the onto that. And then do a little delete, delete, delete. Connect those first. Then we do a little delete, delete, delete. Then we take this, scoot it, scoot it right up in there, boop, and then attach to you, and then weld. Nice. All right. What else? We're gonna leave, I think, this blank and just leave it text, or leave the details in the texture. What we can do is we could put a trench in there, though. That might be kind of cool. And then extrude it in. Needs its X1 reset, it appears. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, tuck that thing in there. Then gonna need to come up. Yeah. You have never tried their omelets. Neither have I. I think I've been to IHOP once in my life. I'm still thinking about that chicken noodle soup. Sounds nice, but... but I'm not sure what the dinner plan is. Oh, mother... Every time. Every time. I can certainly avoid that if I wanted to. Oh, hello. Look who has graced us with their presence. Big hypes. Yep. Oh, wow, look at that fancy emote. What is that? A rage. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. Very good. They read well on a phone screen. Oh, good. Yeah, the angry one, I think, the rage one works pretty well, actually. You almost have enough to make me play a stupid game. Aw, geez. Well, it's got to be a game I own. Although I certainly own some pretty weird ones. That's right. No Switch for me. I think I've played Mario Kart like 3 times in my life, and I don't think I enjoyed a single time doing it because it's Mario Kart. No Gundam either. No, I'd probably enjoy that more than Mario Kart though. Gonna make me play Hobo Tough Life You think, oh, geez. Well, I suppose you do have the ultimate power there, yes. What did I set that stupid thing at? Oh, I see. Okay. It's fair enough. Mm-hmm. Ah. There we go. This is coming along. Coming along. You'd not pick one I own and have played. It's fair enough. Although I was considering it as a play through within reason, like play through Warcraft won't count. What I want to do with the back of this. Many options. Are any of them good? Are the engines the right size? I think they're about good. Any larger and they'd be too big. Do I like their spacing? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're okay. So what do I put in here? Need those raw reactions. Yeah, that's right. First time experiences. Horrible, horrifying experiences. Ones that will live with me for a long time. Alright, so I think mostly this will be texture in there. We can definitely add to our little hanger here. We can put, oh dear, we have a problem. We have a problem. Because this is at an angle, it's okay. I think that's fine. Good enough. But we do need a little bit of detailing in here. So what we're gonna do is, first of all, we're gonna stick on our, this will be for the emissive texture for the force field. And then we're gonna give little pylons or whatever, facades we did there. That will also be for emissive textures, etc. Little pony, oh geez. We'll see. We'll see if there's a reason why other streamers set it at like 250,000 points. That's good enough for that. Just a little hint of detail in there. We could even put a little landed shuttlecraft in there if we wanted. Demands for an in-stream. Watch the VOD then. Lol. This. Chamfer that. And then we're going to extrude that. No, we're not. We are going to that first, and then we shall extrude. Not sure if I'm going to put turrets on this or not. If I did, where would I put them? Along here, perhaps? Down here, or both? In the trench? Questions. Imagine eating. Just think, if you could eat, what would it be like? Okay, I need... thought I disabled smoothing groups on you. Or cleared them. Okay. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with the details on the back here. Let's grab us a cube. So we can start throwing stuff in there. Alright, so we've got an engine block. Let's... Our ship is kind of Star Destroyer-esque, so let's have a quick look at what they do. For details. They also have little auxiliary engines as well, which we don't have, which we could put on there if we wanted to. But I don't think we really need them. Yeah, they do these kind of interesting things. Not really actually a whole lot, just some greebly stuff here and there. Most of the time it's covered up by engine glows anyway.
So I suppose what we could do, let's put this back a bit. Just build up some material so we have layers. It's all about layers.
uh. All right, we're probably going to be heading towards wrapping up here in a few minutes. Girlfriend's almost back home from work, so it'll be time to poke around and figure out what I'm going to do for dinner. But we still got a few minutes here. Don't have to do anything too crazy in the back here, detail-wise. I want something, but a lot of this is going to be really dark, and it's going to be covered up by engine glows. We need some pipes.
Nothing too terribly exceedingly fancy. Just a little something. Ah, yes. Welcome back. Did you acquire a food substance? I'm going to be heading that way here in a few minutes. Alright, I think we're getting pretty close on this boy. We're not trying to be too terribly fanciful. It's not a huge, gigantic ship. It is, in fact, just a cruiser. And a lot of our details are going to pop out in the texture that we do. It's going to be a fairly busy texture, lots of panel lines, so we don't want to overdo it with the geometry. Think about gun turrets if I want any on here. Nope. Preventative measures to make sure the dog does not shit on the floor. Well, that's good. You don't want that. Okay. I do think we need something a bit back here, and I have something in mind that'll work for that.
Whoa. This is what I wanted. I'll be back in a minute. Whew, I'm back. Brewster is giving you a gyroid? I have no idea what that is. Actually, what we can do is we'll just delete that, and take this, and take this. There we go. Nice. Okay, so now I think geometry-wise, we're pretty much done with this. still need to figure out what I'm going to do for gun turrets and stuff, but that can all be added later. I think I'll probably put some turrets up in here, maybe, but I'm not 100% yet. Put 2 or 3 in a row. And maybe some trench guns. But yeah, I think this is pretty good. It's sad that you do. Well, do enlighten me. Animal Crossing. You don't play it, but you know what it means. You have 10 gyroids in your home. Is that a lot? For whatever a gyroid is. What do we got going on here? This is what you are painting. It's a Samus ship landed in a field with some nice mountainy rocks in the background. Very cool, very neat. I like those plants in the foreground as well. Those are looking nice. Thank you for the lurk, sir, although I probably will be wrapping things up here pretty soon. I don't think I need any of this stuff anymore. This is all my... Oops, actually, I do want to keep that. No, I don't. Next, I just need to clean up the geometry, which shouldn't be that big of a deal. I mean, this is all like one piece. I'll need to attach to here, not a big deal. Attach all that together. Yeah, it should all be pretty straightforward to clean it up. Nice. And so to do that, what I'm gonna need is I could just boolean it all together. No, I should do it properly. Alright, we'll start with putting all this stuff together. Which is gonna look like that. And then oh, let's not. Let's do these one at a time. Let's actually, we're going to do this first. Okay. Need to work, I think, top down on this. I do believe. And so, ooh, that's going to be a pain in the ass. And also, I got something I need to fix on it as well. Wait, why wasn't that detected when I worked on it? Oh, of course. Alright. Slight fixing needs to be done. Still an issue there. What is that? Just something I forgot to fix, I guess. Okay. Only a slightly tedious task. That will make absolutely zero difference visually. but it bugs me knowing things aren't perfect. They must be perfect. Okay, what was I doing? I aligned that. Oh, yes. I was going to go delete all that. Because I don't need any of those things bothering me. Or any of these things. Or that thing. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Then don't need that either. Or that. Or that. That. Nice, okay. Then we're going to attach this to that and then say that I don't need that. And we're going to go create, boop, 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 boop. Nice, 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 okay. And I'm going to say I don't need that, and we're going to go boop, 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 boop. Illegal new face, why? I know why. Delete that. Do that, and that, and this and that. Nice. And then we're going to delete that. And perfect. And we're going to cap that, and we'll just let it triangulate itself. Maybe. I might need to add some polygons in there, but we'll see how it does. All right. This is what's going to be going over the background. Oh, okay. A Lion King with Is that a Samus sphere? I'm not sure. I'm not super familiar with the Metroid games. All right, thank you for the lurk. We'll see you when you get back, if I'm still here. I may be getting off here in a few minutes to go do dinner. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, here we go. Makes sense. No, okay, put that there, put that there. And then this is gonna go here, and here. Like that. Got it, okay. So this is gonna lose its here, and it's gonna lose its here, and it's gonna lose its there. And also it's there. And this will go delete that, and we'll go delete that, and we'll go attach to you. And then we're gonna weld some stuff together. Nice. I think I misclicked. I did. There we go. Okay, now this is gonna get some stuff. Pretty simple stuff. That gets deleted. And on this, let's put one for that. Oh, that's interesting. I gotta fix that. So clean. Why is there an odd number? Should not be an odd number. It's because there's an issue here. What is this? Why is there 89? 45 and 44. 42. Oh, what is this? You, get out of here. There we go. Mystery solved. Yeah, now that is clean geometry, if I've ever seen it. I mean, there's a few obvious little things here and there that we can optimize with our polygons, but pretty happy with that. Yeah. Got a stream. Thanks for the lurking in. We'll stop by and see what you're doing here in a few minutes once I get things settled. I need to go downstairs for a few minutes. So I'll be right back again. Turn for a minute. And so we are going to copy this. And we're gonna end up merging these pieces, this whole like center assembly, into one object. And then we'll probably end up merging it with the wings or side hull pieces as well. We could get away with leaving it as it is, but we've got some wasted space in there that we can definitely work on optimizing. Hello, welcome. And how are you today? Well, I hope. Well, that's interesting. What happened there? It's not a big deal. We'll just scoot that back like that. Just kind of strange. Okay. I think these are perfectly aligned and centered. Yep, do believe so. This is a nightmare. Try to figure out what hull panel or what hull pieces go to, or what vertices go to what hull pieces. Ooh, actually, this is a slight issue. No, it's not. What am I saying? It's not an issue in the least. What I need to do is, okay. Okay. Yeah, what we need to do it's all good. I really didn't need that. That triangulation's fine though. And so what we're gonna do is get rid of these. Don't need that. And then we are going to connect that and that. No? Alright, we'll get rid of this. Why aren't these connecting? That's a big frustrate. I'll just have to do it manually then, I guess. Oh, 3DS. Never change. Okay, that's fine. I don't need this stuff in the middle anyway. And then we're going to do kind of the same thing, but for all this. So I think the easiest way to do that would be to cap that. And then connect, and then connect. Yeah. Alright. That's the battle plan. Motherfucker. God. Hold on. I'm having a seizure as I realize I forgot to indentate that. It's not a big deal. It's just an annoying thing. I'll have to copy that and put it down. Alright. That's all fine. Well, we're making progress. We're nearly finished. We're just optimizing it for texturing now anyway. But it's about time for me to go and make dinner. So what we're going to do is find someone to raid. Boom, you're back. Back just as I'm getting off for the evening. I think I will also make chicken soup tonight because that makes me jealous. And I've got all these chicken thighs sitting in the fridge. I wish I had some celery, though. Celery goes really good in chicken soup. I do have rice and or noodles I could do something with. Okay. Alright. So let's raid over for the evening. Who do we want to hit? Who do we have going? Well, the only buddy I got going is Blink, who promised me some Star Wars Jedi Outcast later. So we're going to raid over to him and show him some support. As he just made his affiliate. And yeah. So thanks everybody who stopped by to chit chat today. We will no doubt continue. I'll probably, since I'm so close to this, I'll probably continue working on this ship for the rest of the week. By that I mean at least tomorrow, depending on how fast the texturing goes, etc. But yeah, we'll texture this ship. That's going to be our project now, and we'll probably get to that tomorrow.
So let's set up our raid here. All right, we're getting ready. So thanks again, everybody. We'll be back on again this week to finish off this ship and texture it all nice and pretty. It'll probably end up looking like the MTC when it's done. And we're gonna go raid Blink and show him some love. Let him congratulate him on reaching affiliate, and hopefully we'll get some Star Wars Jedi Outcast out of him a little later. Alrighty, folks, off we go.
Raiding party! Oh shit, I'm being raided. Car wreck 2 days in a row. What are you trying to do to me? We're in the middle of a standoff right now.
You might say to hell with it. Two over here are leaving.
Thanks for the raid, buddy. How was your art stream? Hung out for most of it. East side. Awesome. I don't think I'm going to be playing Hunt too much today. After dinner, if you want to play something, freshen up the playlist.
South. So I couldn't hear him anymore.
Gotcha. They might have left. Some bok soup. Alright. Just ping me whenever you're done. I'll see where I'm at. Well, there goes our bounty. Well, they trapped the stairs unless that was you.
That was me.
I think they might be gone. I'll find out. Meow 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 meow. Just a zombie out here. Wow, they did not want to fight.
Yeah, I shot him through a wall. They're like, he's got a shotgun too. This is probably bad.
We were just pinned by a trio inside that barn, and they left. They did not fight us.
Yeah, alright, well. I said we go north and do another one.
Alright.
Because that's a lot of running.
That was weird.
That was.
That guy was pretty friendly talking.
Don't let it fool you.
I usually find the people that fuck around and chat are the coolest people. But,
Yes, yes.
like, you know, the ones that are actually just messing around and having fun.
Right.
But I told him, you know, we should go wild on 3, and he didn't say anything.
No. He was like, uh-oh. That means he wanted to kill you. Really bad. Without dying. Or he was a sissy.
Well, welcome to the Hunt party, everybody, from Car Extreme. I know some of you were already here hanging out for a little bit. We don't have a third hunter yet, so we're trying to either find somebody or we'll just play a couple more duos and then get out of here and do something else. Karak and I are probably going to play something else when he gets back. Don't know what yet. Usually it's a strategy game, but we'll see. The most uneventful match I've ever played, potentially.
Yeah.
As far as ones that I did not intend to leave at the start. stamina back.
Oh, you head twist too late. Get his shit.
Ah! Just in time. We're gonna find that team up here. I'll let them know we're coming, don't worry. Agent Bauer. Bam.
I was with a random guy earlier, and we extracted, and he went right there and died. Somebody trapped it.
Oh, we got a third.
Who's that?
Sweeze.
Yay!
He has to reset his audio and then he's in.
Wait.
Sweeze! Thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate that. I appreciate you.
I
You
think
are-
I'm too cranky to be a streamer.
Some people love that shit, man. There are, for every form of entertainment, there are people that will watch it.
You're not wrong there.
It's just like the saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Mm-hmm, I know. That team was a 5, a 4, and a 3.
Yeah,
The
they
5 was the one in the house with us.
Okay, okay.
So he was probably like, yeah, my teammate's probably going to get killed if we charge and let's back up. That's probably...
Sweeze, you get in here whenever you're ready, man. We're just in between matches right now, so it's perfect timing. No, you gotta redo your audio, so.
Oh yeah, gator legs. That's all I can afford. See, when we leave like that, though, you got to think other stuff too. Like you get a free reshuffle, so you're gaining something, other things too by leaving. Not just you'll get that free reshuffle anyways. Like this, die.
That's true. My roster is full, though. I mean, though, it's full of garbage.
At least it's full.
I tried to take all the Romeros. Oh god, I have a Winnie Vandal in here. Yo, Sweeze. I feel like I got gator legs. It's all I can afford. Should be a country song.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I can just hear it over some country guitar. I got gator legs. That's all I can afford tonight.
Oh man, earlier I gotta tell you about this one. We were extracting, because we were pushing a single guy as duos, random, and it turned out the single guy was level 6 because he's pretty nasty and pretty hard to kill. We were pushing him, and he was like waiting kind of at the extraction, and we'd already fought everybody and killed everybody else. So one guy was down the health bar and shit, like permanently or whatever. So we're pushing him, we're getting to the close to the extraction, and my one teammate dies, so it's me and another guy, and I see the enemy guy on the other side of the fucking cart thing, the extraction thing, and he's like bobbing and weaving and shooting. I'm like, oh god, this guy's gonna be a maniac, and he already killed me. So I'm like, I got a bounty, shit. I just kind of lurch into the bounty place, or whatever the extraction point, and I'm like covering fire, and I'm able to extract in the middle of a gunfight and leave my teammate. I was like, nice knowing you, buddy. Shit, it's funny as shit. Never man for himself.
Oh man.
This guy's too good. I'm getting out of here.
Welcome back.
Oh, he left. Yeah.
Oh, it was your mic I was hearing.
Oh, he came in and out.
Well, he did say he needs to fix his audio, so it's probably...
Yeah.
Oh, play
Well,
one, your audio is messed up. Okay, man. We'll be here. Just pop in when you're ready.
Yeah. Oh. You know what? Let's do duos. I got a feeling let's do duos.
Okay.
Let's go chaos.
Shotguns are good for duos.
Yeah.
I feel like whenever you play trios, somebody needs to have long range, because other teams tend to have somebody with a sniper.
Right.
It's like that one we played with Bip-Bop yesterday, and at Fort, and that you guys were pushing the wall, and you guys got sniped out of nowhere, and then I was back with the Centennial sniper, yeah, and I counter-sniped.
Counter-sniped well. Blessed be eye drop. Oh.
Is that the holy oil?
Yeah, for my eye, it's like lubrication.
Is it kosher?
Yeah, it's some good shit. Sustained. Good stuff. I'll buy it over the counter, but they also have it at the doctor's office. That's their preferred. It's almost like gel. Like it's almost like a thick eye drop, but it's so good.
I want
There's a new-
so much to be good enough that I can play with this music running. You were saying, sorry.
Oh, and he said there's an option now that's brand new that I can get like an electronic implant in my eye.
Really?
And he's like, it's pretty invasive surgery, but you only have to refill its internal storage every 6 months.
Interesting.
That shit in there. Your eyes. It's like, that's crazy. I feel like a cyborg, but I don't think I'm gonna do it.
Just ask him if you can get a cybernetic eye
Yeah, right.
with zoom and a
He's my
camera.
age or yeah, or thereabouts. So he's a young guy. It's pretty cool. Not one of those older doctors that aren't for that cool shit.
Here's some iodine. Stick this in your eye 3 times daily. Let me
This guy
know
was
if it
like-
stings.
Yeah, oh, it does. Boss is here. It's one boss, and it's the assassin.
Oh boy. Is there a melee weapon
Oh.
anywhere? Is there another team here anywhere?
Fight for now. Yes, fire for you because you suck.
I still don't see any melee.
I'm looking.
Maybe downstairs. Yep, X. I'm gonna reclose this door.
After you melee him, I'll hit him with fire.
No, I can't.
Hey, there he is. Hang on, we're not gonna have a good time hearing you at the moment. Boss. We're boss fighting. The only boss we've seen today so far.
Yeah, I had the windows up and sometimes it resets like sometimes.
You know, I'm playing some shit that's probably happening. Well, that shit happens up north of there. That's probably what it is.
Are we still clear?
Yeah.
It's very likely we had a team spawn just east of us.
It's very likely that you're likely right.
But if I were them, I would go to like Darrow or something before coming over here. It's just gonna take them a minute to realize that they have to come back. I should shotgun him.
Oh, I draw noise.
Okay. Get forked. Alright, with your new audio stuff, I gotta turn you up, Sweezy.
Oh yeah, because I changed some settings.
Let's see. I also had you down to 60%.
Southeast.
Southeast herd. East or west?
Southeast. I heard slogging. We're trapped this door.
Okay. Do you have another wire?
Perfect, because there's like weird assassin stuff right here. It's perfect. Hide.
Said you heard sloshing?
I like walking on mud.
Oh, well, there's a lot of zombies on the southeast corner. They were down in the...
Trap this door.
Yeah. They were down in the water. When I was trying to find a melee weapon, I ran by them. There's like 6 of them on the corner. And we don't have an exit.
So we're gonna wait. People to come here.
Mm-hmm.
Start taking.
Should just trap the bounty.
I'll just throw a Concertina bomb on it. I don't have any more traps.
I would throw the bomb on one of the doors.